Mic check, mic check. Hello. How are we all doing? Hope we're all doing well. I'm just going to post a couple of links. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Post. There we go. Just posted a link on YouTube. Royce Pods, welcome, mate. How you doing? Keith, welcome, buddy. Xerxes, welcome. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing? I suppose I better post to Discord, I guess. Got any coffee for us? I have indeed, in my big dew cup. Oh, that coffee's good. A little bit of background noise. There's a bloody party going on again. Typical. How's the audio, guys? Is the audio good? Hopefully it is. Hopefully it's not too loud. No, I don't want videos. I want my channel. Give me this. Community. Edit. Select all. Copy. And then I can post it to Discord. I have the same mug too. What's going on? This mug's cool. Sarah got these. Yeah, Sarah got these. So welcome everyone. I'm just going to post to Discord. There we go. And done. Notifications out. Hopefully we get some peoples. I don't know who I am. Different name. Yeah, that's the problem. Is different names on Twitch. Yeah, that GameCube. I need to repair. To be honest, I need to find some time for that. I need some spare parts for it though. That's the only problem. Right, so welcome one and all. Hope you're all doing well. So, oh, it's Wayne. Nice. Yeah, so Twitch is going to be on a Saturday in the future. So Twitch on a Saturday, Monday and Friday YouTube, and then 2 videos a week, probably on Tuesday and Thursday. Oh shit. Tuesday and Thursday, I'd say. So I'm going to work on 2 consoles tonight. What should I do first? I've got a HDMI encoder to do. HDMI encoder or PS4 trace repair. The HDMI encoder is PS4. Subbed, I believe. Sweet. Why is there a crown next to my name? Am I royalty now? You've got Twitch Prime. You've got Twitch Prime Gaming. Unfortunately, people can't use their Twitch Prime on me yet. Unfortunately, I'm not partnered yet, so that's going to be the plan. See, Twitch has a requirement. Let me find out what the requirements are. Right, so you've got to get 50 followers, which I've got. You've got to stream 8 hours per month, which is easy. You got to stream 7 days in a month, which again, that's kind of easy. Even though I say I'm going to be streaming on a Saturday, there is a loophole to that. If I stream on Saturday and let it cross over till Sunday, which is midnight, then I'll be able to get partnered. And I'll only have to stream once a week on Twitch. So, yeah, an average 3 concurrent viewers, and then you can become an affiliate. And then I can work on partnered afterwards. Is it possible to swap out a Series X SSD and put it into the S? I believe Tronics Fix has a video on that. Let me find it for you. Tronics Fix has got a video on that. Let me find a link for that. Let me find this. He has got a video on it. If we go over to my desktop. There it is. So he's got a guide on that, but you need a special tool. That's the only problem. You need a special tool. Oh shit, I'll just put my power supply on the screen. Whoops. Let's get rid of DC power supply, there we go. What parts do you need for the GameCube? I don't know, mate. I paid like £4 for that on eBay. I don't actually know what's wrong with it, to be honest. What are you fixing tonight? I've got a PS4. I've got a PS4 with no display here, or I've got a PS4, and I've got a PS4 with trace damage. So which one do you guys want me to do first? And yeah, I'm not going to give. I'm not giving YouTube up. YouTube is still top priority. It's just that, to be honest, if I can make extra money by becoming partnered on Twitch, and at the same time get more content out there, then it's win-win. So I'm not going to be doing. I'm not going to be giving up. I'm not going to be giving up YouTube anytime soon. That's for sure. YouTube is actually going to be more than Twitch. So YouTube, I'm going to be streaming twice a week, and then Twitch once a week. But then on top of that, I might multi-stream once I've become partnered. Right, so people are saying trace damage. So let me get this ticket off here. So apparently this has got trace damage. So I'm going to turn it on and just confirm it actually goes to a white light. There's no bloody screws in the thing. Also nice keyboard. It is a Red Dragon K530W. The first one I bought of these died. The Bluetooth died on it. I use it as a USB keyboard in the house now. So the first one I bought, Bluetooth died. I emailed Red Dragon, and within a day they offered to send me a replacement for free. So I will say Red Dragon, their customer service is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, I highly recommend buying their products just based on that. Not sponsored, obviously, but you know, their customer service, honestly, it's fantastic. They replaced that keyboard within days. They're just Amazon Prime me one straight over. Right, so I'm going to make sure this turns on. Sounds a bit rough on the disk drive. No, that's not a disk drive, that's a fan. Fan sounds a little bit rough. Might try the one you got. It is nice. The only problem with this is it's a 60% keyboard. So it's not great for everyday things. It's alright for in the workshop because it's small. I mean, it's the width of a PS4, pretty much. It just about overhangs a PS4. Lengthways, just to give you a guide, it's like an inch bigger than the PS4 that way. It is a nice keyboard, but it's only 60%, so you've got no. It's no good for gaming. You've got no errors. It's a mechanical keyboard, so it's a good keyboard. Like you can pick it up and actually type fairly quick on it. But yeah, it's a pretty good keyboard, but it's just only a 60% one, so it's no good for everyday tasks if you ask me, unless you don't need the arrow buttons and things like that. Yeah, I appreciate you being here, mate. But you can see how white it is. It does get dirty. It does take a bit to clean. I mean, I've got conformal coating on this one, but to be fair, it's my workshop keyboard, so I'm not really that fussed, if I'm being honest. It's got, I believe it's Cherry MX Brown switches. It's a mechanical keyboard, and I believe it's Cherry MX Brown. I haven't got the, them brown switches. I haven't got the keyboard, the key remover. Right, that goes to a white light, so should play Minecraft. No. That goes to a white light, so I'm happy to proceed. Yeah, no, I can't stand Minecraft, mate, honestly. I do want to do some gaming nights, but honestly, it's just having the time. That's the only problem. But yeah, I'm happy to proceed. It goes to a white light. But yeah, hopefully we can get a few viewers. Oh wow, 33 viewers. Jesus, damn. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. So obviously I'm not earning any revenue at all from this, but that don't bother me. It's just mainly for content, and then when I do eventually become affiliated, you know, I can make money then. Video is unavailable. What? Ever 5,000? Is my Twitch stream down? Wait. Why is it coming up video unavailable?
Don't do enough damage.
Give me my channel. Oh, it is working. Quality. 1440p. Yeah, okay. 1440p is working. Cool. That'll do.
Yeah, okay. 1440p.
Yeah, that's fine. Said it was unavailable. I don't know why. Weird that is. Very strange. I don't know if I can stream in 4K on Twitch, so I'll have to test that on the next one. Yeah. Yeah, it said it was unavailable for me. That was strange. Right, so I'm going to take this apart. This is the boring bit. Hello, Sarah. It might help if I took that screw out. Pop. I remember fixing the very same PS4 with trace damage. When I went to open it, it smelled like dead roaches. Ooh, nice. We don't get that around here. We don't get that around here. Pop. Right, this has actually got... Oh no, sorry, that's the other one. There's another one which is on low firmware, which has got a display issue. So I'll do that one after this. Sarah, you don't know who I am. Yeah, that's the problem with different usernames on Twitch. It's getting used to everyone again. But it's all good. Twitch is actually better in terms of latency than YouTube. I know it sounds daft, but it is. It's the servers are just a lot more responsive, and notifications actually go out as well. Yeah, let's find out who everybody is on here. Yeah, I think Crazy Gamer is Jason. I'm Angela. Hello, Angela. Welcome. clicked on the chat box and it recommended that I troll you as much as I want. Oh, mate, go for it. Twitch is going to be a lot less serious than YouTube. Twitch is going to be a lot less serious than YouTube, let's put it that way. What do you do if you replace expensive components but have to call it a no-fix? I take them off, usually. Depending on what it is, like let's say for example, if I replace the HDMI encoder on this, there is no way I'm leaving a £22 component on the board. Occasionally, if it's a safe bridge and I just can't be asked to take it off and reboard it again, then I'll just leave it on. But yeah, most of the time I'll take it off if I have to call it a no fix. But the thing is, if I take it off and it wasn't that, then I've got to put the original back on. That's the only problem. But let's say, for example, like last night I had a severely liquid damaged switch, and that one, if I took that off, if I took anything off that was way beyond repair. No one's ever going to attempt to fix that, so I would never have put anything back on. But if the components are faulty and I've replaced it but then still had to call it a no fix, then I'm not putting them back on. It just depends on the situation, I guess. If the component is actually faulty, it's pointless putting it on. But BGA stuff mainly I will always put back on, because that's not something that everyone can do. Like, not everyone can reboard a chip and stuff, so what happened to that? Yeah, not everyone can reboard a chip and stuff, so I'll always put that back on if that's the case. Why do we all have crazy names in here? Why am I missing the screws out? More to the point. Crown, yeah, Crown is if you've got your Twitch Prime account, your Amazon Prime account linked. So if basically when I become partnered, you'll be able to subscribe using Amazon Prime, and basically I'll get like £3 a month off you for free, sort of thing. So I've got to keep making sure my mic don't fall off, because I'm using it on. I've basically got my microphone taped to my chest, so not for any particular reason. I just think it's more comfortable. So I've got to make sure it don't come off. I got stuck with my Xbox gamer tag. Oh, did you log in with your Microsoft account? How many subs like that do we get? It's one per account. So if you've got more than one account and you've got more than one Twitch account, one Amazon account, then you can do more than one. But yeah, basically you can use Twitch, what we call Twitch Prime, which gives you one free subscription to a channel every month. But I've got to wait to become partnered for that. Error. 404, coffee not found. Still no hair yet. Oh mate, I'll never get hair there. Oh, what kind of thermal pasta you put on there? That's disgusting. Right, well, do you guys think I'll have enough ports? I'm not doing Twitch. Twitch actually pays more, mate. I'm not even joking. Right, let's have a look at the damage on here then. Let's see what's going on. Alright, well, someone's already attempted to... Alright, someone's already attempted to run jumper wires. And failed miserably by the look of it. No hair means no manliness. What feels here to prove us wrong. Soldering a hot tub better when. Well, for starters, most of those are not. Most of those are not going to be soldered. I'm going to have to pull this port off. It needs cleaning up. Someone's left the old pins inside. all flux all over the place. So I'm going to have to remove the port. I'm buying a new microscope head at the end of this month, by the way. That's for sure. I hate this crown. I've seen worse, mate. It's not the worst job in the world. Right, so I'm just going to use some hot air and blast this port off. I'll take a coffee. Alright, let's just clean up the ground holes at the same time. No messing around. Love that brand new handle. We love it. Ow. Yeah, that's hot. Don't touch. Yeah, every stream's not going to be a win-win, mate. Don't worry about it. Get it from AliExpress. What's that, mate? Do you mean the handle? Yes, I got it from AliExpress, but yeah. Feels weird of repairing. Ouch, don't touch, it's hot. Yeah, but then tomorrow I'll do the exact same thing again. I'll guarantee I'll do the exact same thing again. Yeah, so the handle was about £32 from AliExpress. I do have a video which I'm going to be releasing. Well, that one I've tried to basically reuse the broken trace, which is fine. I've done that myself before. That trace is gone. Although that one I might be able to reuse. Depends if it comes off on a wicket. Right, there's going to be some background noise as well, guys, because there's people playing music and whatnot in the background. Right, so I'm just going to clean it up with isopropyl alcohol. I'll donate blood badge. Not my blood, but I'll donate some. Nah, I have actually given blood before. Once. And it made me feel weak as shit. It really did. Right, so I'm just cleaning this up. I'm on the organ donors list. Or at least I was. I don't know if you have to re-sign up every so often or what. Right, what's this crap down here? Flux. Why is the flux down? How do you get flux down here? Bubbling flux. I've got certain words set as banned words, so it depends what you said. There's certain words like homophobic words. Homophobic words are banned. Racist words are banned. Stuff like the M word and things like that. I have set certain words in a ban filter, which is something I don't think you can do on YouTube. Oh, were they banned as well? Oh, weird. You're all going to sit there and try and type in swear words now, aren't you? No, it's just certain words. Certain words that I don't think are appropriate. Like obviously racial slurs and stuff I've banned because I don't agree with it. Sexual hatred towards women banned. Just the common sense stuff, really. Auto mod held a yeah. See, I can allow him. Why is Fuka held? Yeah, 7 pads gone. So if we take a look here, we've got a few missing traces, but one of those traces isn't needed. If we take a look at the design of it, these first, well, 12 pads I think it is. Basically, these pads are data, ground, data, data, ground, data, data, ground, data, data, ground, data, and these all go to Emi Filters on the other side of the board. And then we've got pin number 13, which is missing, which goes to here. So that goes to A1, this diode here. And then pin number 14 is not connected to anything. So you can see there's nothing actually going to it. So there's no trace coming down here. There's no trace going up there. There's no ground. It's just basically not connected at all. It's a pin that was basically put there for backwards compatibility in the future. I believe it's used on some devices, but not on PlayStations and Xboxes. So basically, we need every single pin apart from pin 14. If there were any grounds missing, then I wouldn't be concerned, but we need the rest of them. But that being said, let's take a look here. So one problem is that one of these pins is ground, and the other one, if you look, it's connected to ground here, so this is ground. So if we probe ground and in continuity mode, that will show up as ground, but the problem is, this trace here has been pushed over. So the trace that's connected to the data line has been pushed over. So if I'd have soldered a new port on there, we would have shorted out that data line to ground and caused a big issue. We would probably be able to get away with reusing that if it sits back inside its pad or inside its little groove, but I'm not going to because I don't want to have a weak connection. So I'm going to be removing that trace if I can't rely on that connection. So I'm just going to trim this. And I'll break it off at the end here. There we go. Same with these here. I don't want to use these because these are too thin. So I'm going to be running jumpers directly to the wires that they go to because I just don't trust them. I'm trying to get this trace. I think it's actually solid in there, so I'll just conformal coat that. Prevent it from shorting out on anything. And the grounds are actually lifted up as well, if you look at that. Just on Twitch tonight, mate, yeah. We do have a Discord, but I haven't set the chat bot up yet. I can try and grab a link in a little while. So these ones here, these are ground. I'm not really bothered too much about these being a little bit weaker. So I'm just going to push these back down. I'm not fussed about them. They are lifted, but I'm not fussed. They are just ground. Right, so I am going to grab a HDMI port, if I can find my box of bits. Let's just zoom out here. So if I can find where I've put my box of bits, then I'll grab a HDMI port. I don't really fancy opening a new pack of ports just to get a port out. Where's my box gone? I'll just grab a port out of a new strip. Why not? My box of bits has disappeared. I had it earlier, I don't know where I've put it. Gotta go for now, we'll try and come back later. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, mate, I appreciate it. Thank you. Twitch sucks, it's not you, Phil, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, mate. Have a good night, good day. Can you post a link without being a mod? I don't think so, mate, no. Right, so these ports I do need to slightly modify to make them fit properly. These are cheap and cheerful, so basically what I need to do is these pins I need to push down to make it move the port over slightly. So just basically push it inwards on that one and outwards on that one, just slightly. These are AliExpress ports. Well, that should sit in there nicely now. Yep. Just a very slight modification to the port to make it fit. It's the same port, it's just that the reason these are cheap, I mean these ports cost £20 for 100, but the reason they're so cheap is because basically they're not perfectly designed. So what we do is we just bend the legs slightly and that allows us to basically get it to fit properly. So rather than paying £2 to £3 per port, pay £20 for 100 and just make that very slight modification. It's a minor inconvenience to save a lot of money. But then basically what I need to do is just secure this port in. So I'm going to hold the port down. And get rid of that random stray hair. Let me get some leaded solder. We pronounce solder with the L on this channel. We pronounce it correctly. And grab some solder. And I'm going to apply a little bit to the tip of the iron. And then just blob a little bit on there. Big heavy fluxer. And what that's going to do is basically just hold it down so as I can flip the board around. I'm not worried about the blob, but basically I can flip the board around now and what it'll do is it'll allow me to secure the ground legs in and know that the port is going to be in place. And look at the state of the back. So that will clean up. I'm not really worried about that. That will clean up. So let's add some flux. And transfer a bit of heat. Probably the wrong tip to be using for this. Would be a lot easier with a bigger tip. Hello, Micro. Okay. So, because I want to make sure solder goes through to the other side, I'll use a little bit of warm air. Never heard Phil say that out of context. I'll use a little bit of warm air and then just tap the ground legs. Don't want to do it for too long because I don't want the port to fall out. Basically that will just push the solder through and make sure it's soldered correctly. Just clean up. If you want a little tip on how to clean up, you know when someone's faffed around with a board and you end up with all of this black gunk all over the board? This is basically burnt flux. Do you want to see a little trick to actually clean that up? The easiest way to clean it up? Let me show you. Let me show you a little trick of mine, shall we? There you go. And now when I clean it with isopropyl alcohol, nice. Nice. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. That is a Twitch exclusive right there. You heard it here first. Very nice. There you go. And now it's nice and clean. No dramas. No dramas. Alright, so now we can focus on this side. So now before I do anything, I want to solder the pads that are actually there. So this blob of solder that I put on there earlier, I'm just going to literally drag it all the way across. And that's going to tin all the pins for me. And then I'm going to wick all that away and clean it up. And it should be beautiful. It won't be beautiful, but it'll get there. Can anyone hear music in the background? Can't hear it. Oh, okay. What temp do you use for soldering? I generally keep it on 450 degrees Celsius, mate, on the soldering iron, as a general rule. But it depends. If I'm using the micro pencil, I'll drop it down to 380 normally. I might have a pad on one of them ground pads which has moved. I might have to take these off and pull those ground pads out. I might have to pull those ground pads out. I'm not really bothered too much about the ground pads. I would restore them, but I'm not that bothered. Looks like someone's damaged the optical port as well. It's a bit loose. So forgot to make us a coffee. Yep. How often do you need to replace your tips? I've never had to replace the tips on my hack hole, mate. I've never had to replace the tips. I bought one set of tips and they are the knockoff tips as well. And I've never had to replace them. And to be honest, my iron is generally on 24/7. It's usually in standby mode. But you can't wait to get Andrew Paul's thing. Yeah, he's supposed to be sending me some when the new batch comes. And make this kind of work a million times easier. Right. I'll sort that bridge out on pin 19 later on. Yeah, so we have got an issue there with one of them ground pads. So you can see there where that's stuck. So basically what's happened is because the ground pad is loose, it's caused it to push over into the middle, which is what I was afraid of. So I need to try and get that out, but if not, I'm going to have to pull this port back off and just completely remove that ground which means I've got to waste another port. That might have got it. I think there might be another loose pin. That might have cleared that. It's definitely innovative, yeah. It's supposed to be having one come for the Switch and stuff as well. Supposedly. Do-do-do-do-do. Right, okay. I think you can post videos, but I won't be. YouTube is definitely going to be the main platform. Right, let's have another look at this then. Right, 15's connected but loose. So can you see where the trace is there? You can see the trace right on the edge. So 15 is connected. I will confirm it with the multimeter, but 15 is connected but the trace is actually lifted up. So I'll confirm that with the multimeter and check it against the diode where it's meant to go. Okay, that trace there is connected. So we need a jumper on 13. 12 is a data pin, that's connected. 11 is ground, that's connected. 10 is a data pin, that's not. 9 is data, that's not. 8 is ground, connected but loose. 7 not connected. 6 not connected. 5 is connected but loose. 4 not connected. 3 is connected. 2 connected. And I believe 1's not connected. Yeah, 1's not connected. Okay. So I've got to sort out this little thing here first. So there's a blob of solder there, which I'm not comfortable with leaving. There you go. Okay, let's start running jumper wires. But before I can do that, I need to expose these traces. So we need pin number 1. Why is that pin not moving? What's that connected to? Let me make sure that's not connected to a ground. Let me get my multimeter on it. That pin should be looser than that. So that's kind of strange. I'm wondering if there's maybe a bridge underneath the port that I can't see. If there is, it's going to be a ground, so I need to double check it. Nope. Okay. Not connected to ground. Cool. Right, so pin number 15. So we've got 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. So this pin here was loose. But it is connected to the diode, which is fine. So I'm not worried about pin 15 then. So let's start running some jumpers. Hopefully get this thing restored. So I'm going to be using the 0.17mm jumper wire. This is kind of my go-to wire. I use this for everything. And it was free, so yeah, go me. Right, I've added flux, but I need to expose these wires first. So pin number 1. And believe me, it's pin number 1. The HDMI port on these are upside down. So pin number 19 is on the left hand side. Alright. So I'm going to tin this wire. There we go. Cool. And now I'm going to tin the end of the wire. So I'm just going to expose the inner core of this wire. Just run the soldering iron over the edge. And then the end pins are always going to be the most awkward because it's going to be the least amount of play that you've got to be able to actually run the jumper wire. That's not secured, but it is on there. But what I can do then is just grab a pair of tweezers and hold it in place. And that's nice and secure now. Right the end away. There we go. What time's the stream? Which stream, mate? There we go. So there is jumper number 1. Right, so let's figure out which other pins I need. Pin number 4, which is going to go to this wire here, which is conveniently already partly tinned. This is enamel wire, mate, yeah. So this stuff is the stuff that I get from microwaves. It's pretty much my go-to stuff, to be honest. Come on, pin number 4. What's going on with that there? Oh, Wifey said he's going to do a stream, okay. I think I've got rid of the bridge. I'll down here with fume extractor. Nah, I ain't got it on, mate. I can't be bothered to route the pipe. Right, I'm just going to leave that hanging there just to be able to grip it with the tweezers. I don't mind where it goes, as long as I can grip it properly. Because I can always move it. Once it's in the tweezers, it makes it a lot easier to handle. The problem is it's difficult to put it in the tweezers before it's secured, because you basically need the wire to be on the end of the tweezers, not in the middle of the tweezers. Good luck trying to get the wire into the end of the tweezers if it's not already sitting on the board. It's a bit of a pain. Right, so that jumper there goes down to here. Trim that off, and then I can resolder the end of the wire just to make sure it's got a nice connection. There we go. Right, so I'm going to clean up now, because the problem with running jumper wire is you burn the flux pretty quickly. So every so often I'll clean up just to make sure I can see what I'm doing. Don't want to run the wrong jumper to the wrong place. So as a general rule, after 2 to 3 jumpers I'll clean up. Doesn't matter if those wires cross, by the way, because like I said, it is enamel wire. doesn't make a difference if they cross. I prefer for them not to cross because we don't want any crosstalk and interference, but it doesn't matter too much. Phil's a pro. I'm really not. It's just practice, mate, that's all it is. It's just practice. Right, so pin number 4 is done. I will confirm no bridges later on. Pin number 1 is done. 2 and 3 are connected. So pin number 5 is ground. I believe that pad is under there, but I'm not really bothered about it anyway, because pin number 5 is ground. So we've got data, ground, data, data, ground, data. So I'm not gonna worry about ground pads, but I'm pretty sure that number 5 is connected but just loose, if I remember correctly. Yeah. If I check there, we've got no short to ground, and there we've got no short to ground. But pin number 5 is grounded, which means that it is connected underneath there somewhere. It's just we can't see it, or not very well anyway. Pin number 6 then is going to go to this wire here. Just in there. Happy days. So pin number 6 is pretty much ready. Take home, welcome. Right. So like I said, I don't care where it sits until I'm actually ready to position it. I'll literally just tack it down just so I can come in with the tweezers. Because the quicker I can come in with the tweezers, the quicker I can actually position it properly. So now I've got it in the tweezers, I don't need to worry about having the shakes or anything because the tweezers are going to be touching the board. Well, it was. Let's try and grab it with the tweezers. Yeah, see what I mean? You can't. It's difficult to actually get in with the tweezers until you've actually got it tacked down to the board. There we go, that got it. Not as secure as I'd like it though. There we go, that's better. Dennis, welcome, buddy. I'll just secure that onto the wire. There's no one chatting, or we're not getting chat. No, people are just watching, mate. Pretty much. Chat is coming through. Just it's going to be a lot slower than YouTube usually is, because obviously there's less people on Twitch. We've got 26 viewers, which is cool. It's pretty nice to have a decent amount of viewers early on in the Twitch streaming. Alright, so I'm going to expose the next wire. Actually, I don't know if I've actually got to do that one. Have I got to do that one? It took me ages to log in because my mail wasn't working and the number was recently changed. Oh, that sucks, man. Sorry, dude. I'm making it awkward for people, ain't I? Alright, that one is a little bit long, but you know, it doesn't have to be perfect. Right, so the next one does need doing. So it is a little bit dark, by the way, because it's fairly zoomed in here as well. Light doesn't seem to penetrate well when you're zoomed in really far. Like the further out I go, the more light that will penetrate, but it makes it a little bit more difficult to run the jumpers. Right, so I'd rather not run it to, even though we've got the via here, or rather the trace is there and it goes down to the via, I'd rather just run it directly to the via. A simple reason being is that I know it's going to be a good connection if I run it directly to the via. So rather than running it just to the trace just here, I'd rather run it to the via, because that trace can break. Whereas the via, the connection's not going to break. Right, that one went on nicely. What res you streaming? 1440, mate. Right, that trace next to it I've actually just knocked off. Well, not knocked off, but it's knocked off the via. But that's fine because it means I can shorten that trace because it was a little bit long for my liking as well. Okay, that's good enough. There you go. But yeah, this trace that's next to it, I can shorten that slightly. There we go. Yeah, it's 1440p, mate. I'm going to try streaming at 4K on Twitch next time I stream on Twitch. I don't know if I'm allowed. I don't know if I can. I'll have to find out. But I'm going to start trying to stream at 4K on Twitch. Okay, right. So that next one's run. Let's just position that where I want it. Preferably, I want to follow the same path if possible, but I'm not that bothered if it doesn't. Ah, shoot, I've lost that jumper wire. I just broke that jumper wire off. This is actually, I'm kind of glad that happened because it shows you what can happen if you're not careful. I just don't know if they allow that high of a resolution, to be honest, mate. I've got the equipment, I've got the network capabilities. I just don't know if they allow it. Right, so you got a choice here. You can either switch to a thinner tip, or if you're experienced, you'll probably get another connection on it. Yeah, that's not perfect, but it's good enough. The connection's there, it's not shorting out. And then I lose that one as well. Of course I do. Thank you for that jumper wire. So that's the problem, is when you've got to come back into another pin that's already got jumper wires all around it, you end up causing other ones to knock off. You end up crashing into them. That's something I really struggled with when I first started doing this kind of work. What's up, Dennis? Just bought a switch and has 0.44 amps. Could you give me any suggestions? Have you tested the capacitors around M92C36, mate? So I'm just breaking this burnt flux up. No short around around M92 at all. How about the CPU capacitor that's on M92? Right, I've got pins and needles in my leg. Right, so that's soldered. I'll touch that pad up in a little while. It's a little bit rough. Okay, so let's figure out what's next. So we got data, ground, data, data, ground, data, data, ground. Have we got a bridge there? Yes, we have. I need to remove that bridge because that data pin is missing. There we go. One sure near the chip that clips on. Which cap are you talking about? If you give me 5 minutes or so to finish this, mate, I'll show you. Right, so next wire, gonna go to here. So once I finish this, mate, I'll show you. It won't take me much longer on this now. Once I finish this, I'll show you. The only reason I say once I finish this is because it means moving all of this out of the way and readjusting the microscope to accommodate for thinner boards, etc. Right, so we're going to ignore that middle pin. That's ground anyway, but I believe it's connected. But even if it wasn't, it's not going to affect the console. There we go. Just tap that on there. The problem with this is when you're experienced, you make it look a lot easier than it actually is. And believe me, I know this is not easy. I'm just going to hold that there for a sec while I get my tweezers. Because if I lift this off, the jumper wire is going to come with it. There you go. And while I'm there with the iron, I'm just going to... I've actually lost that wire, but it's fine. Not lost it, but it's come off. Working in tight spaces, it's a lot tighter space than it looks. Trim the wire. Well, it was supposed to trim the wire. There you go. Alright, so burnt flux equals difficult to clean up. Let's add a little bit of heat. Like I said, just every 2 to 3 jumper wires I clean up. So this, you're not going to get this to look absolutely beautiful. Let me put it that way. Don't sit there and focus just on how good it looks. You go for functionality first, and then if it looks good, then great. But if not, then tough. It's one of the things, you're never going to get this to look perfect. Alright, so let me just count this to myself again. So I've got to basically count in my head so I know where I am and what I'm doing. Right, so we've got a data pin missing, and then that one's actually connected. So I think we've just got pin 13 and pin 15. No, not pin 15. Sorry, pin 11. Eight, 9. Hang on. Yeah, sorry. Let me just... I've lost myself a little bit now. I've lost myself a little bit. So I need to clean up so I can see where I am. And also I do have exposed traces here, so I need to make sure that they're not going to be bridging other pins. Yeah, exactly. If it works, mate. I'm not bothered about how good it looks. I've actually had someone mention that before, and they've been like, "Oh, I'm not going to mention the channel that they mentioned, but they was like, oh, so and so is better than you." I'm like, yeah, and and it's not a competition. Alright, so let me just catch myself up on it, because I have kind of lost myself a little bit. Okay, so we need a data pin. I've just caught myself up in my head. So we need a data pin going to here on this next pin here, and then the next data pin's connected, and then the next one after that is pin 13, which goes down to the diode, and then pin 14 is a non-connect anyway. Yeah, it doesn't stop anyone fixing stuff, mate. There's always going to be someone better. There's no point in fretting over whether someone's better than you. Just do the best job you can. That's the way I see. I'll just do the best job I can with the tools I've got at the time, and I'm not going to worry about what anyone thinks. The way I see is, well, what I say to everyone who moans at me is, you do you and I'll do me. Carry on with your lip and I'll do you in. Nah. Yeah, but just be yourself. Like, don't try and copy someone else. Try and find your own techniques. Try and find your own methods that work for you. Whether it looks pretty or whether it looks absolutely disgusting. If it works, that is the main priority. Priority is functionality. So the way I go is functionality is first. Longevity is second. So longevity is second priority, and then looks is basically the lowest priority. Would I buy those repair pads? I assume you mean the ones off Andrew. Absolutely, mate. Yeah. I am intending to buy some. I'm just waiting for him to get some more stock in. So because I'm actually capable of doing the trace repair, I haven't really prioritised buying them, because I actually find this quite relaxing. However, when he gets to a point where he's not running out of stock every 5 minutes, then I'm definitely going to buy some off him. Because it is a genius method to do it. It really is. It's going to save people so much money. But I actually enjoy doing trace repair. Like, genuinely, I enjoy it. I find it relaxing. Sounds nuts, I know, but it's true. Same as BGA reballing. Like, reballing by hand. Oh, come on, tack on. Right, that tacked on. Relaxing to watch. Is it really? See, I don't really watch people reballing because no one really does it. Especially live. I'm better at hand reballing than I am with a stencil, let's put it that way. I suck using a stencil. And I'm the first to admit that. Oh, the tiny copper ones. I'm not keen on them, to be honest. I'm not keen on the look of them. They're supposed to be good, but I'm not a fan. I haven't tried them, so I could be wrong. They could be absolutely great, but yeah, I'm just not a fan. I'd much rather run a jumper wire. But obviously that would definitely benefit some people. I just don't think they're for me. Are they really good? I've not tried them, mate. I'm not going to say them good or bad. I just don't think they'd benefit me much. Maybe for BGA trace repair. Maybe for BGA trace repair, yeah. See, BGA can be tricky, especially if you haven't got the ability to curl a jumper wire around. See, I can curl a jumper wire around. So, for me, it's not really needed. Right, so pin number 13 then is going to be the final jumper wire. The only problem is when these curl up on you. So I literally just tack it, like I said, just tack it down. And then I can come in with the tweezers. And then I can move it to where I want. There you go. That's nice and solid. And like I said, these can cross. It's not recommended to cross them, but I'm not going to route this all the way around the other pads just to stop it from crossing. And I'm going to solder it to this point down here. Now that looks rough right now, I was just tacking it down. Do 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 do. There we go. Shut up, phone. cheers, Danger. Thank you, mate. Right, so like I said, I'm not going to worry about the fact that these are going to be overlapping because the wire is enamelled, which means that as long as I've not exposed it, it's not going to short out against anything. I'm just going to clean up. Bit fiddly but good. I might give them a try one day. I can't comment on them because, like I said, I've never tried them, so I can't really comment. Cheers, Keith. Alright, so I need to, before I actually protect this area, so what I'm going to be doing in a second is putting some conformal coating over these. But before I do that, I'll need to, number one, make sure that we've got no shorts to ground, and number two, make sure we've got no bridges against the pins on the next one, like the next pinning line. So I'm going to do that. I've got the meter in continuity. I'll put one probe on ground, and I can check against these points here because they are soldered. Just make sure we've got no shorts, and we haven't. Pin number 13 as well. So now I can check all of these against the pin next to it. So that one has got a direct contact with that one and them, and then it's going to be that one and that one. Good. Okay, so we've got no shorts, everything seems good. So now I can secure the port down, I can secure the jumper wires down with some conformal coating now. There's no shorts, no bridges, shouldn't have any kind of issues, and assuming everything else on the circuit is good, that should technically work. HP laptop next. I can't, mate. I haven't got the charger for it. I've got to get actual work done as well, paid work, because if I don't, then I'm going to end up falling behind, and next week I'm going to be rushed off my feet before I have to take them back. I've got to get my actual queue down. I can't really mess around until I get the queue down. Maybe sometime next week. It's a customer repair, yeah. Alright, so like I said, I'm going to secure this down using conformal coating. So basically that's going to glue them down into place. This is UV curable, which means that with a UV light it'll harden. You really don't need much here. There might have still been too much isopropyl alcohol under there. This might not harden. Am I going to do a switch repair? No, I cleared all my switch repairs yesterday, mate. I can definitely have a look at that and show you where to test though. Right, so I'm going to get my UV light. I've got a strange feeling that I'm not going to be able to cure this. I'm going to have to check. I think there might have been a bit too much isopropyl alcohol left. Yeah, so I've got boards I can show you examples on. I think it is actually hardening. Yeah, should be fine. So I'm just going to sit here for a little while and cure this. It's going to take a while. So if you use this conformal coating right, one of these should last you a lifetime. Honestly, you really don't need a lot. What's my favourite thing to repair? I haven't really got one, mate. I enjoy working on anything, to be honest. It's a nice feeling knowing that you've done something that's fixed something and brought it back to life. I haven't really got a favourite thing to work on, to be perfectly honest. If I had to choose, though, it would probably be trace repair, to be honest. Either trace repair or reballing, because that's the nitty gritty stuff. But I like brain power. I like to be able to use my head to figure stuff out. And so you can see now that that's changed colour. The reason for that is because it's basically cured itself and it's glued them jumper wires down. If you look now, that's nice and hard. That's not what she said. But basically now that's not going to go anywhere. People can come in here and mess and stuff and it's not going to disappear. It is. Twitch's quality is a lot better than YouTube, yeah. But yeah, that's nice and secure. Not going to go anywhere. Happy days. It's not the greatest, but it's certainly functional. Or rather, it should be. So next I'm going to check. So basically, rather than waste my time, I'm going to do a few basic checks. So these checks pretty much are going to be my go-to for diagnosing white light of death issues. So if I do these checks now and I still don't get a display, then I can pretty much just go, right, well, that was bridged and turned on, so it's going to be the encoder. So that's good. That fuse is good. That's a fuse on pin 18. Is it pin 18 or pin 19? I can't remember. It is. Yeah, pin 18. Yeah. So that's a fuse on pin 18 for the 5-volt connection. But what I can do is I can find out, first of all, if the Emi filters are working without having to go over the other side of the board. So what I can do is I can use diode mode on the pins where the Emi filters are going to be connected, and if I get a good diode reading, then I know that the filter's good. If I get open line, I know the filter's blown. So basically I can go to pin number 1 here and get 0.432, which is a good reading. Pin 3, the same, good reading. Pin 4, the same, good reading. Pin 6 is the same, good reading. Pin, sorry, it's a little bit, I need to get in a little bit closer. So 1, 3, 4, 6. Pin 7 is a good reading. Pin 9 is a good reading. Pin 10 is a good reading. Is it pin 10? I don't know. I've lost count. I'm gonna just check these. I lost count, to be honest. Pin 12, yeah, there we go. So pin 12 is a good reading. But then I can also check this diode here, so I'll make sure this diode hasn't blown. 0.5, that's good. Pin 15's diode. And then we've got pin 16's diode. Got this diode here, which I believe is pin 19. And then we've got pin 18's diode just here. Yeah, I'm getting good readings on all of them. So because I'm getting good readings on everything, I'm not getting any shorts, I'm not getting any open lines on the filters. I know that all of the filters are good, I know that all of the diodes are good. So the entire circuit is good, at least up until the HDMI encoder. So if I don't get a display now, knowing full well that everything is connected fine, and that we've got no shorts, we've got no bridges, we've got no bad connections, and no blown diodes, then I know that the filter is going to be bad. So basically, the reason the filter could be bad is because this had several pins bridged before I took the port off, and it had been turned on. And I know it had been turned on because the company that it came from turns them on to test them to make sure that there's no display before it gets sent to me. So it was definitely turned on. So now if there's no display, I know it's the encoder. Yeah, that's finished, mate, yeah. I'm just going to grab a Nintendo Switch board quickly. I've got to find one with all of the chips on it. There you go. So just a quick intermission just to show Dennis where to test on here. So I'll pop under the scope. So basically, if you're getting 0.44 amps, there's a few things you can check. So your fuse, you know your fuse is going to be good. You're getting current draw. So what you can check is, sorry, I'm not yawning because I'm bored. I'm yawning because I'm tired. So what you can check is you can check this. Well, depending on what board revision you've got, is whether you'll have these or not. These are called a diode pack. So you could just try removing these. These are not needed, but they can go bad. So these diode packs are basically, they're on some boards, but not all of them. I don't know exactly what revisions they're on, but they're on some boards, but not all of them. So if you're drawing 0.44 amps and you've got these, remove these, just put them off the board. Don't worry about putting them back, they're not needed. Check these MOSFETs here. You could have a short on these MOSFETs. This capacitor here is a CPU capacitor, or this is linked. This is basically a capacitor that goes from M92T36 directly to the CPU. So power for the CPU comes out on pin number 3 from the right on the bottom of M92. So it comes out of here. Power comes out of here and goes to the CPU. And if this cap is short, then it's game over instantly. Just scrap it, move on, forget about it. So if this cap is short, forget about the rest of the board. Just forget it. Okay, Dennis said that cap's no good, not shorted, so yeah, that's fine. So let me show you what I mean, just for future reference in case you work on one again. Let me show you what I mean. I've got boards here with dead CPUs. Let me just make sure this one is. Yeah. So this one here shouldn't be a dead CPU. And a good diode reading on that is going to be around about 0.36 volts to ground with, oh sorry, hang on, I've got the red probe on the cap, hang on. Yeah, 0.34, 0.35 is a good diode reading on that. But then if we look at a board with a dead CPU, then we get a diode reading here of 0.02 and dropping. And in continuity mode, that cap there to ground will short out. So there you go. Yeah, so that diode, the CPU on this specific switch here is dead. That's gone. It's knackered. So that's why it's a donor board. To check the MOSFETs, you can check them for shorts on the caps. So you can check for shorts on the caps, or you can check them in diode mode as well. But you need to work out. You need to work out on the MOSFET which pins to actually check. So if I clean this up, 3.88. 3.88 what, mate? 0.388 you mean? In diode mode with red probe on ground, what do you get? Is it 0.388 volts? If it's 0.388 volts, that's within tolerance, it's fine. So I'm just giving that a clean just so you can actually see it. This board definitely isn't the cleanest. If you got a short on cap right next to the CPU, then it could be a low impedance line. The best cap to check for a dead CPU is that cap right there, right by M92. Like I said, if that's shorted, it's game over and you may as well just move on with your life because you're wasting your time. Right, so to know which ones to actually test, you need to really just look at the board and understand what's going on the board. So you're going to get a short on one side of the cap here. So in continuity mode, if we test the bottom of this cap, for example, then we're going to get a short. But then on the top, we should not get a short. So you can test there for a short to ground, or you can test it in diode mode. So red probe on ground, and you test the top of the cap. We get 0.568 in diode mode on that. But if you look at the diode, or rather if you look at the MOSFET, and you look at the trace, and if you really look at the trace, the part of the cap was not connected to ground. You can follow that trace, and that goes to that MOSFET there. So it goes to this pin here, and then it goes to this pin on this one. So this pin here and this pin here are going to be continuous, same as this capacitor just here as well. And if you also look at it, you've basically got your power coming in. If you follow the trace, you can actually work out what's going on. You've got your power coming in. So this is going to be on pin number 4 and pin number 9. So power input comes up here. It comes to this it comes to the capacitor and to this MOSFET. So this is going to be your source right here, and then I believe this is going to be the gate, and then that goes up here, and this spurs off here. So it spurs to this MOSFET here, and it also goes up here, follow it along, and it ends up at M92T36, where it's going to power the system. But if you also follow it along, it also comes to this MOSFET here. it comes to this MOSFET here. This is going to be your drain, I would assume. I don't know the pin layout for these, but if you follow it up, it also comes to this MOSFET here. It comes out of here and goes to two places. I think actually that's going to be ground. I think that might be ground. It also comes out here, but it also comes out here. And then this one comes to here, I believe, but it also comes down here and goes to the battery, or to the coil for the battery. And then you get to the charging circuit. So it spurs off. It goes to several MOSFETs, and it spurs off to both M92T36 and the battery management IC. Because if you think about it, you don't want to be powering the switch off the battery while you're trying to charge it, because it's just going to drain power. It's going to take longer to charge. So what happens is it spurs off. So when you get power coming in, you've got your 15 volts or your 5 volts coming in, whatever, and it'll spur off both to M92 to power the system, and also it'll spur off to the battery. So you'll charge the battery at the same time as running the system off the same power source, off the charger. But then obviously if you want to run the system off just the battery, then it needs to basically come back into M92, boost along the way using the coil and whatever, and then go from M92 to wherever it needs to go to. So you've got different things on this chip. That's why there's so many pins. You've got input from the charger, but you've also got input from the battery, and then you've also got output from the charger to the system and output to the charger on the output from the M92 to the battery as well. It's responsible for loads and loads of things. To the left of the CPU, and you'll show me which cap is shorted. I'm assuming you're going to mean somewhere around here. Or do you mean down here? Up here? So up top or left? Up and to the left. I'm not sure what you mean. Above that black chip. Oh, that's a max IC. That's a PMIC. Right, so those are going to be low impedance lines. And the reason for that is because that powers things like the NAND and the CPU. These max ICs they're going to be powering the CPU. Yeah, no, caps around the CPU are going to show up as short because they're low impedance, which means they've got a very low resistance to ground. So this console turns on, or at least I believe it does. But if we look at this in continuity mode, we're going to get shorts all around here. Maybe not there, because them ones might not be low impedance, but a lot of these around here are going to be low impedance. It's the same with the one down here. So this one is pretty much exactly the same. I believe it's probably the same chip actually. So you're going to get low impedance lines down here. Anywhere that's connected direct to the CPU, or rather most places that's connected directly to the CPU, depending on what part of the CPU it's connected to, is going to be a low impedance line. So you've also got a big bunch of caps around here. One of the big problems that people have is they will not be able to figure out what's going on, and then they'll check all of these caps around here, and they'll get and they'll get shorts all around, and they'll start putting these caps off. Big mistake to start putting these caps off. The problem people have is they'll sit there and they'll see a short and they'll think, oh, that's got to be bad, but no, it's not. It's perfectly normal. I can get as many boards as you want, whether it's got a dead CPU or not, and those exact same caps will be short no matter what. Okay, my battery's actually dying right now, but that's actually going really quiet. Yeah, thank you, Killer Click. Cheers, mate. But yeah, that's actually tripping out my multimeter there because it's such low impedance. The multimeter don't know what to make of it. So I don't know if you can hear that. It's 60 ohms and dropping, so it's just short. The multimeter's going to register a short at 50 ohms. So as that impedance drops, as that resistance drops, it's going to get louder and louder and louder, and eventually will become full short. Yeah, have a good night, buddy. Thank you, mate. So you can hear it getting louder. I don't know if that's going to come across on the mic. Never beeps on yours. Yeah, mine's barely beeping because it's just above 50 ohms. Whoops. I lost it then. It's just above 50 ohms. So yeah, I can show you on the camera what I mean. So these multimeters won't generally register on a short that's over 50 ohms. So that same cap. Oh, now it wants to show. So a 0.44 amp short is just around M92, and that chip near the battery. Not necessarily. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be short. The problem is you can get 0.44 amps if the switch is in RCM mode. So if your switch is in RCM mode, which is basically recovery mode, you need to find out what model switch it is. Is it exploitable? Hook it up to the computer. Load up Tegra RCM GUI and see if it picks up in the computer. See if you get a beep on the computer when you hook it up to a USB port on the computer. If you get a beep, then it's likely going to be in RCM mode. If you don't get a beep, then it could be a number of things. It could be that it's trying to charge but not turning on. It's trying to charge but it's not displaying. It could be that it's displaying but you've got no backlight. It could be that you've got backlight but no display. It could be in RCM mode. It could be a dead CPU. It could be a dead NAND. It could be a short on M92, a short around the fuel gauge, a short on BQ. There is going to be a shitload of variables. Are you getting backlight? So plug your backlight in. Backlight is this connector just here. So you've got two connectors at the bottom here. It's the one on the right hand side your backlight is. Plug your backlight in, see if you're getting backlight while it's charging. You can look through, there's a little gap where the ribbon comes out. You can look through there. If that lights up, then you're getting backlight. If you don't, then you're not. If you're not getting backlight, try hooking it up into the PC and see if it's in RCM mode. I would try that before pulling any chips off. But if it's not in RCM mode and you're not getting backlight, hang on, is your NAND connected? There's another thing. Is your NAND actually connected? Because if your NAND's not connected, it's not going to boot. Yeah, try hooking it up to the PC. So just plug in a USB, plug a battery in, plug it into the PC, and see if it boots up. Yeah, cheers, Keith. Have a good night, buddy. There's a lot of variables. I will say that. Which NAND? It is this here. So this thing here that comes away. is the NAND. It's the eMMC, the storage. That contains all the firmware, and that is married to the board. So if that's not plugged in, it won't boot, and you can't hook a different NAND up from a different board. Yeah, so I'll try hooking it up to the PC then. Other than testing for shorts around M92 T36, P13 USB, and BQ24193, pretty much it's a rabbit hole, and you can't really diagnose it without looking at it yourself. So I'm removing this old thermal paste. I'm going to send a pic on Discord. I don't think this is normal. I haven't got Discord on my PC, mate, unfortunately. I can have a look in a little while. What did I miss? Not a lot, mate. Welcome, Andrew, by the way. Right. Well, I'll say you didn't miss a lot. You missed a trace repair. Right, so I need to clean this before I go any further. I do need the toilet as well, I'll be honest. Right, so I'm just going to give this a blast out with air. There we go. Getting pretty tired. Yeah, cool, mate. No worries. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. I appreciate it, mate. Muchas gracias. Right, okay. I suppose I should say mucho gracias. LCD flex is the wrong way around. Huh. Send it me on Discord. I'll have a look through my phone, mate, if I can see the picture properly. My eyesight's terrible, especially at this time of night when I'm tired. I do want to try and get one more repair done before I end the stream, though, after this one. You sent it. Okay, mate. Give me 2 minutes. I'll have a look. But to be honest, if the LCD is the wrong way around, you would still get backlight. I don't think the LCD would be the wrong way around if someone's not messed with it, though. Well, it wouldn't, definitely. So unless someone's messed with it, then you shouldn't have a sort of connector soldered on backwards. Right, where's my thermal paste gone? Come out, wherever you are. There it is, right in front of me. That's guys where there were strip screws. Oh, okay. I mean, it's highly unlikely that you're gonna, because you're not getting backlight, so it's highly unlikely that you're gonna have a blown backlight driver and a blown backlight, and a blown LCD driver or a damaged LCD connector. It's doubtful that you get the both of them at the same time, sort of thing. That's the problem. So if you're not getting any backlight, generally it's going to have an issue of some sort somewhere. Okie doke. Right. We are missing a thermal pad. I'm going to see if I've got one spare. Huh. Thermal pads are very important on these. Very, very important. It does protect the ramp. The thermal pads, they don't only keep the RAM cool, but they also protect it from damage. There we go. So the problem with these is the board is so close to the board, to the plastics, and there's only a thin metal sheet protecting it. So the thermal pads do give it that extra little bit of a protection. Not much, but it does help. If you bought it off eBay, then yeah, all I can say is good luck, honestly, because eBay, I don't have good luck with eBay and switches, to be honest. Okay. So let's just reroute these. Bought it off Spock. I don't really buy much off Spock. I bought a few things, but alright, someone's damaged that as well. I'm going to keep these nice and secure. Someone's damaged it. That's not to insulate it, that's to hold it in place. Because if you ever try to change one of them connectors, you'll know why I'm doing that. And plus, to change that connector, I've got to charge more. I'd rather just hold it in place with some insulation tape. It's not majorly loose, but it is loose. Might as well put the Phillips screws in. But yeah, you'll understand if you've ever tried to change one of them connectors. They are a nightmare. They're not the easiest things in the world to change. Okay. Right, let's give it a test. So let's just see if we get a display or not. Still forgotten to hook up my capture card, so I'm going to have to use my TV. Turn it on. Damn it, I didn't press it. Come on. Give me a display. Yes. We have display. We have display. I need a charger. Or USB port, whatever you want to call it. Cable rather, not a USB port. There it is. Nice. Right, get a controller. If I can find a controller. Oh dear. Oh, I'll put my controller up there. Nice even though I missed it. It'll be on YouTube in a day. Well, 2 days. Ish. No, not going to reinstall yet. Right, so I've got a display, so that means I can put it back together while it's booting up. And as long as it displays in 1080p, it's happy days. I'm just going to screw some screws back down. Turn it back on. Fan bearing's making a little bit of noise. It's going to need a replacement fan at some point. But I'm not that concerned about that right now. It is spinning. So I'm going to switch back to that camera. Just while I log into the system. There we go. It's displaying. Cheers, Real Matrix. Thanks, mate. There you go. That will do for now. Just connect up. New user, player's guest. Do not sign in. And there you go. Right, GTA 5's in there, and that's displaying alright. That's playing. This can't be read, it's damaged or dirty. Yeah, I don't care, that's not mine. Same on screen, video, resolution. Let's make sure it handles resolution changes properly. 480, 720, 1080i, 1080p. Cool. Network. Wi-Fi. Just gonna make sure it connects to the interwebs. Test internet. Internet connection successful. Let me test the LAN port. Do I charge more for a trace repair? Yes, mate. Depends how many traces there is to do. This particular job, because it's got less than 9 traces, it's 65. Or for up to all 19, it's 80. So I only charge £15 more if there's more than 9. So basically, the trace repair for me, I don't actually charge that much more. PS4 HDMI ports I charge £50. PS4 HDMI ports with trace repair up to 9 traces I charge 65, and up to 19 traces, 10 to 19 traces is 80. So it goes up in £15 increments based on how many traces there actually is. So it can be 1 trace and I'll still charge 65. It can be 10 traces and I'll still charge 80. I always stick to them prices. Right, use LAN cable. But yeah, I do charge more for trace repair. Test internet. So, yep, LAN is working, disk is working, Wi-Fi is working, display is working. Wiggle test probably going to fail. Oh, no, it's not actually. So there's not actually much flux in the port. I do need to clean the port, but yeah. Yeah, that's all working. Turn off PS4. There we go. Awesome. Right. There we go. So yeah, I'll go in 15-minute increments depending on how many traces. £15 increments depending how many traces there is to do. But even if it's like, I'll charge £80 whether it's 10 or 19. It doesn't make a difference. You know, when you get to that point, it's getting close to being not worth actually doing, depending on, you know, how important your data is to you and stuff. But just because the consoles are getting cheaper, it doesn't mean the labour gets cheaper. It's going to take me at least an hour and a half to 2 hours to do 19 traces. So yeah, I allocate for 90 minutes for 19 traces when I'm not streaming. I can't charge for the fact that it takes me longer on stream, but I do allocate 90 minutes for a full HDMI header trace repair. But even when I get them attachments from Andrew Paul, it's still going to be the same price. Right, so just a bit of admin work here. Just clean up the port, make sure it's nice and flux free. Yeah, but even still, if there's 19 traces damaged, I'll probably have a flat fee. When I get them things from Andrew Paul, I'll probably have a flat fee of like £70 if there's trace damage, and charge an extra £20 regardless of how many there is. Would like to buy 41s on eBay, but I don't see how I make money on PS4s and Xboxes. You can still make money. You can still make money. I bought a Xbox One S board the other day, put it into a console for myself. It all depends what's wrong with it. If you're going to buy faulty boards on eBay, in terms of Xbox One and Xbox One S, go for either HDMI issues or you can go for complete no power. And I know that sounds stupid to go for complete no power, but trust me, it's not, because complete no power on an Xbox One is probably 75 to 80% of the time going to be down to the MOSFETs. In fact, I bought one off eBay the other day. I paid £25 for it, complete no power. I had it fixed in less than 30 seconds. Less than 30 seconds. It's literally the MOSFET pretty much every time. Do you have any idea lifespan of a fan for the PS4? I don't know. It honestly depends how much you use it, really, because they've all got life cycles. But it depends how much use it's seen. Do you want to know the resistance of the MOSFETs? Not off the top of my head. What I do know is that, number one, I've got a spare screw. Have I got a spare screw? What I do know is that, well, I know what kind of readings to look for. I've got a spare screw here that don't work out. Yeah, I know what kind of readings to look for. So the readings, it depends what line it's on. You've got to pay attention to what line it's on. If you're getting really, really low readings in diode mode, then you've got a problem somewhere. Have I got a spare screw? There. Motherfucker. Ugh, it doesn't even screw down all the way anyway, look. It just keeps spinning. Yeah, I don't know those readings off the top of my head, and they are going to be different on every board. That's the problem. They are going to be different on every board. You're never going to get the exact same readings on two boards. These don't even screw in. Someone screwed these down with an electric screwdriver, and they've gone full fucking ham on it. Never mind. Yeah, so you're ideally looking for anything above 0.35 in diode mode. Anything above 0.35 should be fine. The screws missing in the disk drive. I'll find some screws tomorrow. The black screws missing from the case. These are not spinning properly. Whoever's messed with this has destroyed it. That's the only one that's securing in. 0.5 is fine, mate. 0.5 is perfectly fine. Right, job done. I'll find some screws tomorrow for that, but that is done, and it's passed all the tests. I'm happy. I'm going to run to the toilet. I'm going to carry on streaming for another hour, and I'm going to grab a cup of coffee and a smoke. So I'll be back in literally less than 5 minutes. Well, I will if I can find a ticket to this one. Ah, there it is. Got it. Yeah, cheers for hanging out, Chris. I appreciate it, mate. Okie dokie. I'm back. Yeah, I agree. I agree. If your PC doesn't chime, then it's not in RCM. Right, okay. Damn it. Right. Un momento. I just need to clean up this mat. So this is one problem with doing trace repair. You get a lot of flux on the board. On the bench. See, the problem you're having, Dennis, is that people are trying to help you diagnose it remotely, so there's always that delay there. And on top of that, because we can't see the board, it's difficult to actually diagnose. I would try changing M92 T36 personally. Right, so I need to send a quick update on this last job that I worked on. There we go, there's the update. Let me have a look at Discord quickly. Bear with me. Where did you post it, mate? Was it in Nintendo Switch Help? Or Nintendo Talk? Repair advice? General. General chat. It's not come through. That's strange. Not come through. I'll have a look a little later, buddy. Right, so let's get on with this repair so I can get to bed. General done. No, the LCD connected in the right place. Yeah, that's in the right place, mate. Said it's on the wrong group. No worries. No, it's in the right place. It's not backwards. Right. Okay. So this is another PS4, obviously, and this one has a white light of death. Apparently, that has got, judging by the shape of the pins, that's got the original HDMI port, the one where the pins push through the back. And I can see, let me see if I can show you this under the scope. I can see a bit of a rough looking pin, so this might need a port as well. Let me see if I can get that to show up under the scope. It might be a little bit tricky. To get it to focus. So what I mean by the shape of pins is, on the original ports, the pins stick out a little bit from the edge of the plastic, so you can see like a lip, whereas they're sitting a little bit more flush on the other port, on the replacement ports that we use. So that side looks all good. I did see a glimmer of something on the other side of the port, so let me just flip that round. No, that's actually fine. Although it does look as though it's a little bit out of alignment. Yeah, that's moving around in there. The pins themselves look fine, but the port looks like it's a bit out of alignment. But let's plug it in. Let's just confirm what's going on with it before I take it apart. So HDMI cable in. Switch to this screen here. No signal. No signal. So I'll give it 10 seconds or so just to see if it shows up. But at the minute he's got no signal. And we do have a white light. That's had more than 30 seconds to display and it's not showing up, so definitely no display. I'm going to press and hold the power button. Why is it that on a donor switch with blue screen adapter connector is the other way? I'm not sure, mate. It shouldn't be. That one that you've got there isn't on the right way. Casing around the port and plugged in and out a lot, yeah. Right. I'm just finishing my smoke while I'm disassembling this. Okay. No, I mean the connector's fine. I didn't actually look at the ribbon, to be honest. Micro's works on a lot of them, so if he says it's backwards, then it probably is. But I didn't have a look at the ribbon, to be honest. Right, that's been off before. Someone's pushed that wrong. So the hard drive, this part of the hard drive case is meant to be on the top, not the bottom. So someone's been in this. So while I'm taking these apart, one thing I'm looking for are any signs of prior repair attempts. Because if there's signs of prior repair attempts, then I have to be a little bit more vigilant in terms of looking for damage and things like that. Oh, okay, so that's got a 1 terabyte. So the hard drive's been changed in this. So whenever I'm dealing with a no display issue, the first thing I do is check the hard drive, because hard drive can cause no display. It can also cause blue light of death. So I always check the hard drive first. So I've got a SATA breakout cable here. And I'm going to plug that into my computer. There we go. And if I go to my desktop, and open up, open up Crystal Disk Info. We have a bad hard drive. We have a bad hard drive. But is that the cause of no display? So let's find out if that's the cause or not. How can a faulty hard drive cause no display? Because it's got the firmware on it, mate. So if it can't load the firmware, then it won't be able to load up the PlayStation logo sometimes. Right, so the hard drive is faulty on this, but is it the cause of no display? This has come out of an Apple. So let's pop another hard drive in. And this has got an important note on it as well, and that is do not update. So this is going to be an early firmware. Yeah, it looks like it's out of an Apple computer, mate, yeah. So someone's put a used hard drive in. Whether or not they've put it in as a test is another question. So if this was a bad hard drive, I would need to confirm whether or not it needs to be changed, which would need to wait till Monday. Bend that back down so as that goes over properly. So let's just pop it back together. Well, let's just turn it on and let's just see if that's the cause of no display. Even if it displays in safe mode, it might not display in 1080p. So this is just part of my diagnostic process. I'll just turn the TV back on. Drink some coffee. I'm going to give this a minute because it will need to boot into safe mode. But the hard drive being bad will need to be noted. I can't. If the hard drive's not the cause of no display, I can't change the hard drive without permission. So I will need to get permission for the hard drive if it's not the hard drive causing no display. It looks like it isn't the hard drive. So even though the hard drive is bad, it looks like it's something else which has caused it. That's had well more than a minute to turn on and display. And it's still not displaying. So I'm going to give the port a wiggle and see if it wants to pick up. Nope. It's not picking up with a wiggle either. Aren't you live on YouTube? Not tonight, mate, no. I'm mixing it up a little bit. I'm going to be streaming on Twitch on Saturday nights, crossing over into Sunday, and then Monday and Friday for YouTube. Right, okay, so that's not the primary cause of no display. So we've got a board issue. So let me take my hard drive back out. So yeah, the hard drive can cause no display because the firmware is on there, and if it can't load the firmware, if it's hanging trying to load and initialize the firmware, then it's not going to display the PlayStation logo. Or it does sometimes, but a lot of the time it doesn't. So that hard drive is coming up as bad, but it's not the primary concern. So chances are we've got an issue on the HDMI circuit. That screw's been installed cross-threaded in the past, and now it won't thread properly. Let's try and get it to. Yeah, that's a bit better. So I would imagine that if the customer is going to get the HDMI done, then at some point they're probably going to get the hard drive done, because this is, as far as I'm aware, according to the ticket, a low firmware. So the ticket basically says do not update. Let me just cover that. So there's the ticket that it comes with. This comes from Console Repair London, and it's got a big do not update sign in a circle there. So obviously this is going to be on a low firmware, which means that it's going to be worth more to the customer to actually get it fixed, even if it's going to work out not cost effective. I'm assuming it's a customer that changed this, and they're going to be aware of how to change it, so they'd probably deal with that themselves and save themselves some money, I would assume. I would assume they'll save themselves some money and do it themselves. Okay, so let's just get the board out and we can figure out what's going on, hopefully. Still going, mate, yeah. On to the next one. I'll generally try and do at least 2 repairs each night. Depending on what I've got to do, I'll generally try and do at least 2 repairs. So this one shouldn't take, realistically this one shouldn't take more than another half an hour from now. And then it should be good to go. No display issues, are generally fairly straightforward. I do have a nice set diagnostic process to determine the issues. It's usually a fairly quick process. Okay, so this is going to be the SAA model. Yep, 5-pin on the power supply, so it's SAA 001. So it's the very first revision. What's going on with that? Why was that stuck? Why was you stuck? Okay. So the first thing I want to look at is this HDMI port. And actually that seems fine. So it was probably just a little bit of board flex what was causing that. With the HDMI port moving. These boards are not very strong. Let's go under the scope and I'll start the diagnostics. Yeah, the trace repair's done, mate. Yeah, it all worked. Worked first time, mate. Yeah, they generally do. Alright, so let's get that in focus. Okay, so if we take a look at the ports, the one big issue with these ports is that the pins on the back are exposed. So what happens a lot of the time with these is these pins will actually pull out. And they're a bit of a pain in the backside, to be honest, because they can end up shorting out and blowing the encoder anyway. So they can be a bit of a nightmare, but if it's not broke, don't fix it. And it looks like that port is good. I will give the pins a nudge test just to make sure they haven't come loose. So the nudge test is basically where I'll just go across the pins with a pair of tweezers and just make sure that all of the pins are good. And that they're all solid. Okay, that's good. Yeah, no worries, mate. I hope your daughter gets better, mate. Or rather, gets better soon. It'll make a video anyway. It'll go on YouTube at some point next week. Actually, no, it won't be next week because I've got next week's upload schedule sorted. I've already got videos set for release. What's next on my schedule, actually? The next video to be uploaded is going to be tomorrow, and that's going to be an Xbox One X glitching display, and then the next one after that will be Tuesday, and that will be trace repair on a PS5 where I screwed up myself. So yeah, and then after that it's a PS4 White Light of Death on Thursday. So Xbox One X glitching display, PS5 repair, and then PS4 repair in that order. Just to show you that. So here's my uploads, and you can see I've already got 3 uploaded. That one there is on early release. So when that one releases, so that one there is on early release until tomorrow. When that one releases tomorrow, that one will go on early release for channel members. And then when that one's released, that one will go on early release. That's the way I work it. So that's for channel members and Patreon supporters. They go on early release. So you can see that's had like 22 views. I've actually got, like, a lot of people don't actually watch the videos early. I've actually got like over 70 channel members. 72 channel members. 1 top tier, 14 mid tier, and then 56 bottom tier. And then on top of that, I've got 11 Patreon supporters as well. But they don't. People don't watch them early. They just wait for them to be released for some reason. Going to be a long night. Yeah, it's a nightmare when I'm sick, mate. It really is. Right, so let's get back to this then. So I've got a set diagnostic process with the PS4 when we've got display issues. So when we've got no display at all, what I'll do, first of all, I'll go into continuity mode. And we've got a fuse just down here. This fuse is connected to pin 18, which is the 5-volt line. And this needs to have continuity from top to bottom. And it does. That generally gets blown when you get a surge down the HDMI port, usually when we've got thunder and lightning. The best thing I can suggest there is when you've got thunder and lightning outside, just unplug your console. In fact, unplug anything that's got a signal going through your TV, because chances are your TV is going to take a hit and it's going to pass straight through to here. And this fuse here always blows when it does, which is a bit of a pain in the arse. Moving on, we've got a diode here on pin 18. So this diode here is connected directly to the fuse. So just down here, whoops. Same as the cap as well. The cap and diode are all connected to this fuse. And then it's also connected to pin 18. Just there. And that's the 5-volt line. That's why it's got a nice thick trace. So it goes from pin 18 through these wires, it ends up here, and then it goes down to the fuse from there. Next thing I check in diode mode, so I pop red probe on ground and I check pin number 15. So pin number 15 is this top DJ diode here. So red probe on ground, black probe on here. Whoops, that's not in diode mode, it's in continuity. So diode mode there, check that, and I get 0.5 volts, which is normal. Check these here, and we get, sorry, it's this side. 0.502. These two look like they're connected, but they're not. 0.501, normal. This diode here, 0.5, yep, that's normal. This diode here, 0.5 is normal. This component here, I think this is a resistor, normal. And then this diode here, this is linked to pin 13, normal. Okay, so all of those are normal. So the next step I would do is to get a diode reading on the Emi filters. So if I zoom in, pop red probe on ground again, and in diode mode you can see that we've got some pins here with traces going down to some wires. So all of these patterns here are going down to data lines on the Emi filters. And I'll just check these in diode mode just to see what they read. 0.45 normal. All of these should be roughly the same. 0.45 normal. This is going to tell me if there's a blown filter. 0.45 normal. This one's acting a little bit strange. Okay, it's just a connection issue. 0.45, so that's normal. 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 0.434, a little bit lower, but still within range. 0.433. Okay. The console chimed. The Nintendo chimed. If it's in RCM mode, there is a fix for it. If it's in RCM mode, Michael, have you got a video on your channel showing how to fix RCM mode, mate? Right, so all of these EMI filters are giving me a reading in diode mode. Let's just see if we've got... Okay, Okay, I'm getting 0.067 volts in diode mode on these two pins. So remember I said these two pins were a little bit low? Well, 0.06 volts to ground on, a 0.06 volt drop across the line on these two pins means that this EMI filter is technically short. But it's not short. So that is 120 ohms. That's got a reading of 120 ohms across that line, and that's not normal. However, I don't think it's going to be the EMI filter. So what we should get is the same as what we're getting on this line, which is open line. So basically, the way these filters work is it's basically a wire, and there's two filters on each component. So there's one filter here, and there's one filter here. On the other side of the board, this is. I'll show you that in a minute. But that should not get crosstalk. So you shouldn't have any kind of continuity at all, or any kind of low resistance reading on the filter. So you've basically got a filter there, ground, and then a filter. And ground is separating the pins. You shouldn't have a low reading there. But that's not telling me that the filter's bad. That's telling me that the encoder's bad. Because the filter's not blown. And there's no reason for it to blow. Because it hasn't been messed with. So that's a really low reading. This one here is coming up as open line, which is normal. So it's not a dead short, but it is short. But that's going to be an internal short in the chip. That one's coming up as open line. And that one's coming up as open line. So the other three are normal. So these three groups here are normal, but this one's not. Yeah, thank you, Dennis. I hope you get that fixed, buddy. Yeah, so let's flip the board around. And underneath this shield here, just at the top here, we've got the EMI filters. And then this square here is where the chip is. Andrew Paul does have a good video on it, yeah. So what I need to do is I need to take this shield off. It is soldered, so you need to be careful here. So I'm going to set the hot air to 460 degrees Celsius, 40% airflow, and I'm just going to heat up this corner. But while I'm heating up the corner, I'm going to put some upward pressure on it. So I'm going to basically put the tweezers underneath the shield, and I'm going to lift up so there's a slight bit of pressure on it. Not much, just a little bit. And when it's ready, it'll just pop itself off. And you'll feel it give. You'll see it give with the tweezers as well. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on it. Did you see that little give? So that side there is loose now. So I'm going to move on to this side here. So there's another one just here. And do the same there. Pop. Doesn't need much pressure. If you put too much pressure on it, you're going to rip the trace. Now I'm going to move on to this corner. Pop. And now I'm going to grab it from this corner and I'm going to lift it up. And there's another one in this corner here. That's just popped. And then this side here. And eventually it'll come off without damaging the board. I can't do that on microscope cam, mate, because of the angles I have to get to it from. So I will go back under the scope now. Right, so those EMI filters I was talking about are just here. So these four components you can see at the top. These are basically to filter out electromagnetic interference. And basically that just means that it's filtering out noise on the data lines to make sure that there's no interference, because you don't want electrical interference on a data line. even minuscule amounts can cause glitching and stuff like that. But if we go into continuity mode, what we should have continuity from the top to the bottom, but you shouldn't have continuity from left to right. So these I'm going to imagine are going to be good, and these are going to have continuity as well, but we've got crosstalk on one of these. I believe it's this one we've got crosstalk on. So we've got continuity there. We haven't got continuity there. However, we have got a resistance of 130 ohms from left to right. So that filter is definitely reading incorrect. So you can see we've got continuity, and we haven't got continuity that side, but like I said, we do have a resistance reading there. That should be open line, and it's not. That's reading as 124 ohms, and it is dropping. And bear in mind the board is still warm. Resistance increases when the board is warm. So that's a much lower reading than it's actually showing at the minute. Again, there is good. And we've got open line on that one. We've got open line on that one. And the filter's good. And that one, open line, and the filter's good. Okay, so the filters are testing fine apart from this one. So even though we've got, like I said, even though we've got continuity from top to bottom, and we've got no continuity technically from left to right, we have got some sort of an issue there because it is reading a resistance and it shouldn't. I haven't got the USB hooked up for the meter, mate. Actually, I can get it hooked up. Hang on. Bear with me. Uno momento. Yes, I know it's un momento. It's just the way I say it. Right. So multimeter is hooked up. So let me just load up the multimeter software. Bear with me. And port set, COM15. There we go. Okay, so the multimeter's on the screen now. Sorry, no, it's not. Let me just enable that. There we go. Now it's enabled. Right, so the multimeter's on the screen. And if we take a look at these filters, so you'll see we've got a reading here and a very low resistance, which is normal. Same with that one, very low resistance, normal. But if you look from left to right, we've got 120 some odd ohms and dropping from left to right. So it doesn't matter whether you go top to bottom, because we've got continuity from the top to the bottom and the filter's working. It doesn't matter whether you go one probe on the bottom and one probe on the top, or whether you go both probes on the bottom or both probes on the top. Ideally you want to check both probes on the bottom just in case the filter's not working, but basically if you look there, we've got a resistance there and it should be open line. So like this one here, for example, we've got open line on that filter there. From left to right we've got open line. That is normal. That one isn't. So either that's going to be an issue with the filter or it's going to be an issue with the chip. I'm going to guess and say it's an issue with the chip. However, it's a lot cheaper, a lot easier and a lot safer to remove the filter. I don't like applying heat directly to the chip if I don't have to. So I'm going to remove the filter. and I'll end up replacing that filter no matter what, because I don't really like to replace them with the same filter. I like to change them if I take them off for any reason, because these do die with heat. So I'm just going to knock this filter off, and then I'm going to check the bottom pins and see what the resistance reading is once I've removed the filter, and that's going to tell me whether it's the filter or the chip. So I'm just going to knock this filter off. Like I said, I'll change this filter. So there she blows. And then I can get a reading. It's going to come up open line on these bottom pins now, no matter what. Sorry, on the top pins. It's going to come up as open line, because there's nothing there. This path isn't continuous, and this side is the HDMI port side. So unless there's a bridge on the port, then this will come up as open line no matter what, because there's no filter in place. So this will tell me which side of it the issue is, whether it's the filter, whether it's the HDMI port, or whether it's the chip. And I've already checked the HDMI port, and that appears fine. So yeah, we've got open line there. And as you can see, we've still got a resistance there. So the issue wasn't with the filter, it was with the chip. But like I said, I don't like exposing them chips to too much heat if I don't have to. So I always remove the filter first. Even though I know in my head it's going to be the chip, I always remove the filter first. So I'm going to remove this chip. First I'm going to add a little bit of leaded solder, just to make it a little bit easier. But this chip is definitely bad, and that is probably going to be the cause of the no display. Well, not probably, it is going to be the cause. So this is the MN86471A, and these are fairly expensive chips. So this is pretty much, well, apart from it being a bad CPU, a bad APU, which it's not going to be, this is pretty much worst case scenario. So I'll just add some leaded solder. That just makes my life a little bit easier. I'm going to retin these pads as well while I'm here. So I'm going to need to put a new filter on there. So you don't have to add leaded solder, but I like to. Just makes my life easier. Exactly, mate. Yeah, lower melting temperatures. Alright, so now I'm going to use hot air to remove it. Yeah, so these chips are fairly expensive. If you buy these from places like eBay, expect to pay £30 minimum. If you buy them from AliExpress and you don't mind waiting a few days, then you can get them for about £18. Extraction fan. I ain't got it set up, mate. Sorry. Right, so last she blows, chip be gone, and all of that good stuff. So let me just get some wick. I'm going to clean these pads away. So when I'm wicking, I want to go with the direction of the pads. I don't want to go up and down. I want to go with the direction of the pads to put as little pressure on the pads and as little strain as I possibly can. So I'll go with the direction. So these ones are sideways, so I'll go sideways with the wick. And these ones are long ways, so I'll go long ways. And just basically clear them off. Once I've actually cleaned it off, it doesn't matter which way I go, because I'm not putting any strain on it, but I can go that way just to make sure that it cleans it fully. But while I'm actually wicking away, I don't want to put any excess strain on the pads. It's not absolutely necessary, but it's just risk mitigation more than anything. I'll clean this with IPA. How does a chip go bad? People constantly plugging them in and unplugging them, mainly. HDMI ports are not designed to be disconnected and reconnected all the time, and when you plug them in while the console's on, if you plug it in even on a slight angle, it's going to blow the chip. That's the problem. Sometimes they just die just for the sake of dying, and other times they'll die because the console's overheating and the chip gets too hot. Because if you think about it, every chip, every component has got a minimum and a maximum operating temperature. Normally, it's around about -5 degrees to plus 105 degrees Celsius. That's normal operating temperatures for most integrated circuits. And if you think about heat build-up, when you think about as a console gets hotter, it builds up heat inside the console. It can't vent that heat, so it gets hotter and hotter, and the heat just keeps building up and keeps building up and keeps building up. And even though the chip is not suffering with direct heat, the entire console is building up heat. So if you allow them to overheat for prolonged periods of time, it degrades the chip. So even though it wouldn't hit 105 degrees Celsius because the console would shut itself down before then, it does degrade over time. That's the problem. And then eventually they just fail. So heat buildup is one major issue with them. A lot of the time when I have to change HDMI encoders, a lot of the time I'll find that the console is pretty dirty. This one's not that bad. I don't think that's the reason on this. I think this is down to plugging in the console and unplugging it, because the area around the HDMI port on the case looked a little bit scuffed. It looked a little bit worse for wear, so I don't think heat was the issue this time, but a lot of the time it is. Or at least in my opinion, that's what I've found. Alright, so I'm going to take a brand new chip. Like I said, this is the MN864718A. I'll buy mine from AliExpress. I typically buy them in packs of 10. And yes, that is pretty expensive when you've got to pay £180 out just to buy 10 chips. Okay, I've got my own preferred method of installing these chips. So some people will use hot air, but like I said, I don't like to expose this chip to heat. These are very sensitive to heat. They are really, really, really sensitive to heat. And in fact, I'm actually going to put that filter back on before, or rather, I'm going to put a new filter on there before I put the chip on, because, like I said, I don't like exposing them to heat, which is why I don't use hot air to actually install these chips. I'll show you the method I do use. Let me just grab a new EMI filter before I do that. Yeah, I think it's when they get plugged in and out a lot. The problem is people take them around to the mates' houses to play them, and it's just no good for them. It's no good for the console. Like, people will take them around to the mates' house and have a gaming session and stuff. It doesn't end well. Right. Actually, while I've got this filter off, I can actually show you inside, because you can see it. If you look at the filter itself, It's just wire. It's just coils of wire. When the filter itself goes bad, it's because one of the wires will break away because of heat, or the 2 points will short together. But basically it's just coils of wire. Pretty much, well, it's enamelled wire. So it's exactly like a normal coil. You can get away with bridging these from top to bottom. I wouldn't recommend it though. So I've got my hot air at 460. That's a little bit high, but I just haven't changed it. But basically it's just enamelled copper wire, yeah. So I'll add a little bit of flux. And then just let surface tension take it in. Do that all the time anyway, unplugging mine. I wouldn't recommend it, mate. Mine never gets unplugged. Right, and again, these are sensitive to heat, but they are nowhere near as expensive as the chip. So I'll just test it and make sure that I've got continuity where I should have. Yeah, okay. So that's good. That's fine. Right, so with the chip, it's going to look like I'm putting this on upside down, but I'm not. So where the B25 is, that's got to be top right. Where that B25 symbol is. And you can see that is indicated by this gold dot here. So the way I do these, I'm going to get it lined up. To do it this way, you've got to line it up fairly perfectly. I'm going to get that lined up. And then I'm going to hold the chip in place with my finger. I might can't afford a console, so I take mine. Oh, that's fair enough. So I'm going to add a little bit of flux in the corner. And move that out of the way for a sec. And what I'm going to do is pop a little bit of solder onto the tip of the iron. I'm basically going to tack down the corners. So tack them down. That's in place, but it's not locked in, not yet. I'll do the same with this corner. Tack it in. Same with this one. And the same with this one. You don't have to tack all 8 corners down. I know I say 8, but technically it is. You don't have to tack them all down, but I do anyway. There you go. So now that's secure. So now you've got a choice. You can either hit every pin individually, or you can drag solder. I like to drag solder. It's just quicker. So now I'll just add flux all around. And when I'm doing this on my own without explaining what I'm doing, it really don't take that long. Add some solder. I'm just going to add a bit there. Add a bit there. Add a bit there. And add a bit there. And then I'm just going to come in with the iron and just drag the solder across. Same this side. Drag it across. It helps if you've got a bevel tip for this. Bevel tips are the best for drag soldering. Drag it across. You're going to be left with some bridges, but we'll clean that up in a minute. Wig. Whee! Drag soldering is the best. It's so simple. There's just no skill involved in drag soldering, honestly. It's just so quick and easy. The iron does all the work. Right, so one thing you'll find is because you've got bridges, you obviously need to clear those bridges. So one thing I'll do is I'll just scrape the iron across the pins. Make sure we've got enough solder on each one, and I'll just keep cleaning my tip. Just keep cleaning my tip. And the solder will just put itself away from the pins and end up back on the iron, because if you think about it, the solder loves heat. And if the solder loves heat, what's the hottest thing? It's the iron. The iron is always going to be the hottest point. So the solder's going to want to jump back onto the iron. Well, this one, for example, let me just make sure there's enough solder on these. Look at that. See how much just come off and went back onto the iron? What's the hottest thing? Me. Clean the tip, do it again, and done. And that's cleaned the bridges. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Right, let's clean this up. And that is no hot air needed. So we don't need to put any excess pressure on the chip. So we're not reducing the lifespan of the chip by adding heat to it, because we're putting as little heat as possible on there, and it's literally for a few seconds at a time. It's not constant heat, and it's not heat on the entire chip at once. The chip's still going to get hot because you're still transferring heat to the chip, but it's not going to be anywhere near as bad as using hot air. So whenever I've got a QFP chip, these are called QFP chips, and whenever I've got a QFP chip, I use the drag method whenever possible. Talking reality, not fantasy. Right, I'm going to blast it with a little bit of warm air. It's not going to get hot. I just want to move the isopropyl alcohol out of the way. Okay, that encoder's actually just, for some reason, come off the board. That's weird. That's very weird, in fact. I've never had that happen. Well, I'll put a new one on. So I've got to replace two filters, not encoder. That's very strange. I've never had that happen. Alright, well, I'll sort that in a minute. That's fine. But I'm going to inspect these pins, even though they look soldered. I'll say this every single time I do a video. Looks can be deceiving. Never trust just looks alone. Just go around each pin, because this is going to save you having to take it back apart again. Never trust looks alone. Yeah, you can put a 2 terabyte hard drive in it, yeah. And just go around to each pin and just make sure that they're all soldered. And also make sure there's no bridges. So we can go in pretty close here. I'm going to check that with the multimeter in a sec. I don't think there's a bridge there, but like I said, I never trust just looks. Just check your work, it's going to save you time. It might not save you time on this job, but one day it'll save you time. If it saves you time even just once, then it's worth it. But as you can see, no hot air needed, and those pins look absolutely perfect. That is drag soldering at its finest. Just shows what you can actually do with just the iron on its own. You don't need hot air. You could remove the chip with the iron if you really wanted to. You don't need hot air for QFP chips. Like I said, I can see visibly that they're soldered, but I'm going to make sure. So find yourself a dead board and just practice the drag soldering method, because it is probably one of the most useful soldering methods that you'll have. As long as you've got heat, the solder's going to follow. So as long as you've got enough flux rather and enough heat, the solder's going to follow the iron. And that's pretty much the gist of it. Plenty of heat, plenty of flux, and you're good. Right. So just because I can see a little glimmer on pin number 3 and 4, I'm just going to check it quickly with continuity mode. And yeah, that's good. Okay, so no short. Oh, hang on, that's in resistance mode, not beat mode. Yeah, still no short anyway. That's fine. Right, let me just sort this filter out. That just for some reason came off the board. I'm not sure why. It must have been weak. So it was probably heating up at some point and it's weakened the pads. It looks like the pads have actually come off, to be honest, off the actual filter itself. So I'll just clean that up. I'll just fix that up, and it should be good to test it. It looks burnt. It does. I think it's just got too hot. It wouldn't have been from this job. It would have been from the from whatever damage was caused and by whatever reason. But yeah, that's actually took those pads off, because I barely touched it. Yeah, it took the actual pads off the filter itself, which is really weird. I've never had that happen. Strange. Well, I wouldn't charge a customer extra for a filter anyway. They cost pennies. Right, solder will flow. Hot air will flow them in properly. It is very strange, yeah. It's all good. Like I said, these filters cost pennies. I'm not concerned about putting a filter on. But one thing I always do when I use hot air around here, afterwards I will test every single filter and make sure that the filters are good afterwards. Because these are really sensitive. You'll be amazed at how sensitive they actually are. But it does not take much, because if you think about it, the only thing that's holding these wires on is a little bit of solder. So they are very, very sensitive to heat. So one thing you can do with these, you can heat it up before you drop the filter down. Bed's up next, mate. It's 2 o'clock. I haven't eaten yet either. So yeah, what you can do is you can move this out of the way, heat it up, and then just drop it down. And then we'll just flow it in properly. So that's putting as little heat as possible on that chip. On the filter rather. One other thing I need to do before I test it is just prep these pads here. So these pads here are going to basically allow me to solder the shield back on. So I'm going to add flux to all of these pads. And I'm going to replace this with leaded solder as well. Pin 7, there's just a bit of gunk on it, mate. It'll clean up with IPA in a second. Or at least I think it's gunk. I hope it's not a burnt trace. Yeah, these ground pads here, I just need to tin and replace the solder. Just purely because I'm going to want to be putting the shield back on once I've tested it. So I'll just replace that with leaded solder, and then I know that I'm going to be able to solder solder the shield back on relatively easily. Right, so let's just clean this up. My throat's going there as well. Alright, so let's just dry this off and then I'll quickly inspect that pin. I do use a fume extractor sometimes, but I haven't got it on at the minute. I've got no room on the desk for it, to be honest. Okay, so yeah, them traces are good. Traces are fine. Traces are fine. Pin number 7. I'm assuming you mean these ones here. I mean, I have tested them and they do appear fine using the nudge test. Yeah, they're all fine. Damn it. Yeah, they're all good. They're all good. Alright, so let's just test these again because I've used heat in the area. So I'm not just checking for continuity, I'm checking for resistance to make sure that the chip I'm installing isn't a bad chip. But they are brand new off the reel, so... But we should be getting open a line on them from left to right. Yeah, okay, now they're all good. So, if you remember earlier, this filter here, we had 122 ohms to ground, 122 ohms across the filter, which means we had crosstalk, but now we're getting absolutely nothing, which is good. So that's normal, that's what we should be getting. Cool, so let's give it a test. Let's give it a test. So I'm going to solder this back on because I'm pretty confident that it's going to work. So I'm going to drop the shield on. And then I'm going to remove my nozzle. There we go. By the way, if you've got an Atom, that's what that's for. is to remove the nozzle. Right, so remove the nozzle and then I can just heat that up. I don't have to get perfect joints on this as long as that thing is soldered. Yep, that's good. Yeah, the light and shadows do make it look a little darker sometimes. But that's all good now. The shield is back on. Whoops, it's not actually on that side. I'm not going to use any more hot air though, so I'll just use the iron. I thought it was soldered on all corners, but obviously not. I'm not bothered about getting perfect joints on this, I just want to get it soldered. Probably had a bit of flux. And yeah, that side's soldered. Okay. Yeah, they are useless, but I do like to put it back to factory. Well, apart from the fact that we're using better solder than factory. Yeah, I agree they are useless, but you know, it does look a little bit more professional when they're on there. I would prefer to put them on. I mean, it would save me time not putting them on, but I always make a point to, just for the hell of it. I know they're not going to actually do anything to protect it. But yeah, that's back on anyway. Okay, so time to test. So I'm going to clean the console before I test it. Just because that way then I haven't got to take it back apart again. So I always clean consoles when I work on them. Just a little added touch that I do. Just basically give the console a quick service. Doesn't have to be perfect as long as I've got full airflow. I'm not bothered about a little bit of dust being on there, but that's not full airflow. So I'll just blast it with the high power blower, and it gets rid of most of the dust. Just like that. Simple. Same with the plastic case as well. I shouldn't be using this at this time of night, but oh well. See, I say I shouldn't be using it, but my neighbours think it's funny to have 7-day weddings, so stuff them. But yeah, I'll just blast it with a bit of air. I'm not bothered about getting every bit of dust off it. It's a free service. If it was a case of that was paying for the service, then I would sit there for 15 to 20 minutes giving it a deep clean. But I'll just give it a quick blast with air just to clean it up and make sure that it's got full unrestricted airflow. Doesn't have to be perfect. But just knowing that it's got full unrestricted airflow and that it's not going to overheat is peace of mind more than anything. It's nice to do for the customer. Right, so same with fresh thermal paste. You've got to add fresh thermal paste. You can't reuse the thermal paste. As you can see, that's all dry and nasty. But yeah, if I do it now, then if this console works, which I'm assuming it probably will, because the fault was on the encoder. So as long as this console works, we can go back together and not have to come back apart. So I'll do it now. How much is a cleaning service? I'll charge £30 for cleaning. Straighten them back out. There is a reason I bend those. I've never broken any yet, but if I ever did, I'll just replace it. But the reason I bend those is because I want this board flat while I'm soldering a new chip on. I don't want to have to work on an awkward angle. So I would much rather just basically bend these down, and then if I have to, I'll just desolder the 2 pins and just replace it. People have asked me that before, why I actually do that, and that is the reason, because I don't want to work on an awkward angle. So if I have to replace the connector, I have to replace the connector, but it never breaks them. I've never had one snap yet, but I've got enough donor boards where I can afford to risk doing that, knowing that I can replace it if needed. Lots of dust came out of it. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are. I always say, like, you can live in Buckingham Palace, there's still going to be dust. You're still going to get dust. It's everywhere. It's a way of life. Is a board holder not easier? No, because then I've got to raise it off the desk, which means I've got to have the microscope higher, which means I've got to sit higher, and then it would be uncomfortable for me anyway. So if I've got it in a board holder, then I've got to have it higher off the desk. And it's already awkward enough to get a full visual under the microscope of this area. So no, it's easier just to bend those pins down and just push them down out of the way. So yeah, you could use a board holder if you're not using the microscope, and to be fair, I mean, technically I don't need the microscope, but I mean, stuff like that I can do a lot of stuff actually without the microscope. I can reboard a chip by hand without the scope, but it's just easier with the scope and it's less strain on my eyes. But I would have to have the microscope higher than where it is, which I could do. Like, the microscope would go like about that much higher. About what, 3 inches, 4 inches higher. But yeah, actually that's a good point. When I'm not on stream, when I'm not recording a video, if I'm just doing it on my own, because I do a fair few jobs on my own without recording them. You know, like remedial tasks I've done 1,000 times on video. Like, a lot of the time I won't use a microscope. I'll sit there and I'll change, if I'm replacing a fuse on a PS4 Slim, it's a tiny 4mm fuse, and I'll do it without the microscope. I can do it, I'll just choose to use the microscope on camera. Number one, because it's less strain on my eyes over a long period of time, and number two, because it allows you guys to see what I'm doing as well. But I can change fuses, filters, encoders, stuff like that. I can do all of that without the scope if I need to. I don't rely on the scope. I've learned to do it without. Right. Because when I first started doing this stuff, I didn't have a microscope. I couldn't afford one. Still can't bloody afford one. Sarah spends all my money. Oh dear. Right. Okay. Well, enjoy that ability while you can. Oh yeah, trust me, I know, mate. You know what the funny thing is? I'm meant to wear glasses, but not for that. Not for short-sightedness or anything like that, or poor vision. It's because too much sunlight gets into my left eye. I'm meant to wear tinted glasses because too much light gets into my eye. Every male in my family are meant to wear glasses. Every male in my family. It's weird that. All the girls are fine, but every male is meant to. I just refuse to wear them. I haven't had glasses for about 15 years. I don't intend to wear them either. I already get called a geek enough, trust me. I already get called a geek enough. All I'm missing is the Red Bull. You wear glasses, yeah, but you're old though, ain't you? So, Sorry, mate. Right, well, I'm going to go full ham. Even if this don't work, I'm not going to be finishing it tonight. It is 2:26 AM and I haven't even eaten yet, so I'm just going to go full ham, put it back together. So let's just see before I end the stream if it's going to want to display or not. 34. Have you really? Shit, you ain't that much older than me. I'm 32 this year. Oh, am I? Am I 32 or 33? I don't know. 1988. October 24th. Someone else can work out how old I am because I forgot. Yeah, it's pretty much a guarantee that it's going to work. It's the only problem I found, and it's the last point in the line to fail before the APU. 33 this year. Okay then. Yeah, mate. Honestly, I never remember how old I am. I only remembered how old I am since I was about 25. To be honest, sounds stupid, but you do actually forget how old you are. Both youngsters. You're just a baby. Right, turn that thing off. Get rid of the multimeter. Don't you fucking do this to me. No. 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 You're not going to sit down on an angle. You are going to sit in place. Thank you. There you go. That corner, I fucking hate it. I hate that corner. Never sits down properly. Usually I've screwed every screw in before I realise, so I suppose I should be thankful for that. Age is only a number. Well, I have to ask my wife how old I am. Oh god. That's pretty funny. No, I really do have to sit there and work out how old I am sometimes. Like, it's ridiculous. By the way, it is my birthday soon. Hint, hint, wink, wink. I still think let's take a page out of Wayne. Well, apparently out of Wayne's book. Made me laugh earlier when someone said he was begging for donations. That was pretty funny. Anyway, let's crack on. Go full ham. And fully reassemble it before we give it a test. If you fully reassemble it before you test it, that means you've got faith in what you do, or you just don't value your time. One of the two. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday for like another month and a half. Shit. There we go. Right, so you've either got faith in what you do, or you don't value your time. It's one of the two. I'm poor, can I have money please? I'm poor as well. Right, there we go. Hey jackass, why you no work? Why you no turn on? Did I leave the 5-volt connector out? Spoke too soon there, mate. Oh, we all make money, mate, but don't mean you've loaded just because you make money. Certainly don't in my case. I had to spend £500 on parts last week. Not even joking, £500 on parts. Plugging the socket. Yeah, it's hardwired in. It's not hardwired in, it's all plugged into plugs, but it's just yeah, you know what I mean. They're all linked together, like they don't get unplugged ever. Why are you not working? 5-volt connectors in. Ha! It come out that side, you bitch. Oh, you fuckface. Hey, now it's working. Look at that phantom power look. Ah, you did do it once. It's made me laugh before. I've unplugged the console. I've took it in the house, and the button's still pressing. There's that much excess power in it. Yeah, my kids don't need for anything. That's all I care about. I was busy last month though. Like, so that £500 was a lot, but I was busy. Like, very busy. A lot busier than usual. Yeah, I mean, over 150 quid of that went on these encoders. There we go. Now it's turning on. Alright, this is going to go to safe mode. For sure. Do for do. Do for do. We got safe mode. Where the fuck's my controller gone? There it is. Where's my cable gone? Where's my cable gone? I don't even know. Do for do. But I've lost my cable. So, I've got to find the fucking now. I'm always losing my USB cable. I'm not even joking. Literally always losing my USB cable. I had it literally half an hour ago. I don't know where the hell I've put it. So, yeah. But just because it displays in safe mode, it doesn't mean it's going to work. That's the problem. It can display in safe mode and still not work. Where the fuck have I put my cable? I've wrapped it up and put it somewhere. But I don't know where. I know I coiled it up. I coiled it up and I was like, yeah, I'll keep that safe. Nope. Nope. So I coiled it up to keep it safe and then I lost it anyway. That's nice. Where the hell did I put it? I've got one there. This one will do. The worst thing is my mouse is going to die. And I need that specific USB cable. Nah, I didn't put it in my pocket. It's got to be that specific USB cable for my mouse. Has to be. It's the only one that fits in it. It's a weird shape. 6.72, so yeah, it is an early version. Okay, well, I pressed cancel, so that's going to turn itself off, and then I'll turn it back on. So that chip was definitely dead. So that's going to go in the bin. I'll turn it back on. Yeah, just because it displays in safe mode doesn't mean it's going to work full stop. It could still not display in 1080p, it could flicker in 1080p. It could be stuck in low resolution mode. That is displaying in 1080p though, I can tell by how clear that writing is. Bear with me. Oh, it says user 1 anyway. Alright then. Ah no, wrong one. No! Get off it! Thank you. Right, okay, so I'm just going to do a quick couple of tests. I'll test the internet. Make sure that picks up. And also test wireless controller as well. There we go. Checking network. Successful. And by the way, you can connect to the internet on these. Even though this says do not update, so the guy obviously uses it for jailbreaking, you can connect to the internet on these and it won't get banned because the jailbreaks are tethered jailbreaks, which means as soon as you unplug power, then the jailbreak's gone anyway. So it doesn't matter if you connect to the internet in them. It doesn't make any difference at all. See, this is what I did with my last cable. Look, I did exactly this. I wrapped it all up. I put it somewhere. I don't have a clue where I put it. Yeah, cheers for hanging out, mate. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks, mate. Right, so I'm going to test the disk drive, if I can find a disk. FIFA 17 will do. Yep. Okay, so I'll give that a second to install, and while that's doing, I'm going to check the display. So, video output, I'm going to check and switch between resolutions, just make sure it switches and handles it properly. Yep. I'm going to test the LAN, so I'm going to test to make sure it connects to Ethernet. Use LAN cable. Yep. So we've got internet there. Make sure it allows me to actually run a disk. Update later. Come on, load that disk. Yeah, you can clearly see this hard drive is failing. It's not really responsive at all. So that'll go on the notes. But you saw how long that took to actually play, allow me to load up the game. Like, it's not responsive at all. It needs to be, replaced as soon as possible. So yeah, you can see just even how long it's taken me to taking to allow me to get back onto the dashboard is just not normal. So I'm just going to power it down. I'm not going to put any excess wear on it. It's passing my tests anyway, so it's absolutely fine. Wiggle test is fine as well. But yeah, that's going to be it. So hopefully that helps you to diagnose these things. Just going through that process there. Obviously, I do things a certain way. I've got a set way of diagnosing the problem, so I'll go down each step in a step-by-step way, because I just find it's quicker to do it that way. I find it's quicker to do it in that particular process, because a lot of the time you'll open it up and it'll be a diode or it'll be the fuse. So yeah, I'll just find it quicker and easier to do it that way. It's just my own preference, but the same as the chip as well. The way I solder the chip on, that's my preference. Some people like to do it different, but that's just my personal preference. I'm trying to get my disc out, it won't even shut the fucking thing down. So this definitely needs a new hard drive, but the issue that it came in for, obviously the no display, that was down to the HDMI encoder, which I identified by the fact that the filters were suffering from crosstalk, and it's usually not the filters. If it's the filter, it's usually a direct short, a 0 ohm short or a 2 ohm short, not 100 and something ohms. So yeah, that's it. This one's done. Customer can be happy again and get paid. Yay! So I can afford to go and eat, and that's exactly what I'm going to do now. So yeah, right, that's going to be it for tonight, guys. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. 2 PS4s, 2 fixes, 1 trace repair, 1 encoder. Happy days. Hope you all had fun. I'll see you all in the next one.